Well, hello. Let's get things all squared away here. This over here. And we'll figure out what we're going to get up to today. Hopefully, everything is good. All right, so trying a new setup here a little bit. On Monday, I had a bunch of YouTube messages just get eaten. They were not being passed through to me. So I'm going to try pop out chat boxes instead, because I missed people's comments, and I feel bad about that, because that's kind of part of this, the point, right, is to interact with people. And they were over there being ignored completely by accident on my part, and I'm sorry about that. So hopefully now we'll get all of the messages. I saw a couple get dropped from Twitch as well, but I had that open because Twitch likes to be a little flakier with the stream. So I had that page open. I was watching the bitrate over there, not on YouTube. Anywho, so I believe I have figured out my issues, and we're ready to push on. But let's just make sure that, yeah, we're seeing all of our stuff in all of our rooms. It looks like we are. So, fantastic. Love that. What is next on our to-do list here? Let's see. Those are bugs. We need to... We have the select highlighting thing still is an issue. We know that it's related to focus. Actually, we tried... We can't do it on the app window. We might be able to do it on the pager. Maybe if the pager, but then even if we do that, it doesn't have access to focus unless it is, or to events rather, unless it is focused. And if you change the focus by clicking in a thing, actually, that's an interesting question. And I need to swat this guy before he flies around my place again. Think I got him. Little flies. So that's an interesting question. We could, I think I started down this path actually. This window's fine. We'll just swap over. So set focus quiet is what the Cogent Dev said to try. If we do that, we did see that this was working, I believe. But if we have a field, let's deselect it first. Okay, it's grabbed. Let's restart that. We'll let the opening snack bar expire. We do see events. but it's gone into there. But we also still see events when it's... I wonder if it's because it's in a split. Maybe that is. So let's try it. Let's do... new splits off of body. Set splits, and we'll just do 50-50. Then we would need to put you... think? Is that correct syntax, I wonder? Come to me, docs. Share your knowledge. Split, 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 splits. Splits. Yes. I don't think I actually need this. And this can be... this is closer to a mock-up or a minimal mock-up of what we're actually doing. Let's stop that. Let's check that. And, okay, so now we have our split. Our text box is wonky. Okay, we have event. I had two events, and then it grabbed my focus and put it in the text box, which is not ideal, but you know, whatever. And now it's not firing events anymore. Because this lacks focus. Okay, we got it back, but then it immediately went to the text box. Can we... and this was even still set on the core new body. So that wouldn't get us there either. I don't think this is going to help, but just for fun and for science, let's see. Nothing important there. So I don't think we can set selected on line out of range, huh? It's very, very strange. But the answer is that this just isn't going to work for us. This method, right? we can't reliably jump in there and handle it ourselves right now. And this is probably a me problem because it doesn't really seem like the use case I have in mind would be super common in a, a more traditional app. So I'm very conscious of the fact that I'm, using just a generic UI app to build a game editor, a map editor. And the question always is like, is this even a fair thing to talk about, or not talk about, but like to bring up to the devs, like, because this isn't really the use case for this tool, this library, right? So framework, whatever you want to call it. So I always try to make sure that I'm asking for like things that would be common in any UI. And I don't think that this one really qualifies, so I won't bother them with it. I'm going to have to fix it, though, in some way, shape, or form, because... Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm an idiot. Because in our connection tile... Our connection tile will allow us to click on it and hover on it because it has been told it is clickable and hoverable. What if we tell it that it's selectable? Will that just let the UI work under the hood and just do its thing? Maybe. There. And if I hit escape to deselect, no, it's still... no, it's not selectable. It is focusable. That's what I want. I think. I hope. Now if we run this, let's see. We select, we hit that. Yeah, it's still not. I wish this would tell me more about the state of this thing. I gotta find it. I think it was like 20, no. 60, no? 56, okay, so more than that. Closer. 112, that's where we are today. Does that make sense? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Why would that be 112? Frame 0. Oh, it's because it's not 10. It's 10 by 10 grid, but the actual size is 21. Think. That's 10. I got wonkiness going on over here. I'll have to look at that in a minute. That's 21, so it must be 20. There we go. Okay. Why does that get offset? It's like these aren't getting the correct size. We'll have to take a peek at that. But okay, so if that's 20, so 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 108, 60, 80, 100, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 118. Which kind of sounds like right. It's not, though. We're missing something along the way. Might be why it's offset. One thing at a time, though. Can I see more information about the state of this particular thing? Maybe. Focused. Focusable. So theoretically, unless setting focus happens in the default button's behavior on the on-click handler, that might be a thing. Let's see here. This is vertical. Diagonal. It's horizontal. The on clicks for these guys get passed into them, so they're going to live in map widget. And the we can try putting connection handler, which is down here. Handle the abort. I wonder, actually, before we do anything else, does setting that as handled and not allowing it to propagate perhaps have something to do with this? Maybe there's another step that's not getting, another handler that's not running. Let's test that theory. Select one, select that. Escape. No. Same deal. Okay. I'm pretty sure we do want that then. The build connections. What actually... Not that. Oh, you know what? Because these have different bases, we also need to do this. That might be part of the problem as well. I forgot that they don't have a single base that they inherit from because the sizes are all different. We might be able to pull that out a little bit and then do like this stuff. Well, columns is not generic. It's specific to each one. Yeah, that's why we did that. Let's just see if this gets us anywhere. Aha. That did do it. Okay, I like that. That's way less painful than I feared. one of those moments where I was overthinking what I actually needed to do. Let's get this tidied up real quick. Okay, so we can do typing, apparently. Go make the connection buttons focusable so that focus doesn't get stuck on room buttons when we click a connection. That will fix that bug. Just put that over there into done, and then let's take a look here. Okay, so we need a UI prompt still. Let's relaunch this so that we can kind of have a looky look. So when you are in a room and you, let's say 4-2 is our traditional sacrificial lamb here. So when we're in here and we click this, we need to give user feedback in this pane that disables all the stuff behind it, puts a thing in the middle, etc. We can't use a modal because that covers the whole screen. And we need to just, indicate that, hey, you need to either click a thing to set up a connection or click cancel. We need to give them a cancel button for this as well. Why are my buttons all scraggly now? Thought we fixed that. I must have broken that when we pulled everything apart to get this updating correctly. Frame 1. Connection table. This frame contains 3 frame. Why 3? Oh, because. Oh, do we not expand? Did I really break it? Uh-oh. Where did that get broken at? I swear that worked Monday. Let's fix that. That's going to be in edit bar in the. It's not going to be this. This is where you build the tree. Bots. Here. This is our container. On click. We toggle that. I think we also need to. You wouldn't need to update the connection table on this. Would we? We would just need to update that. Because we're not adding or subtracting from the list. Yeah, there we go. And actually, let me just double check that. We'll delete you. No, we won't delete you. We'll cancel that. Does this still expand? No, does not. Okay. So we'll need to fix that. But also, I wonder if the other stuff still seems to function correctly. Wonder if we can do this as part of the connection table frame, tree add at. If we were to call this, it would update that again. Make the plan for how the children should be configured, but this returns the frame. If we grab that, add it to the tree. We update it. Do that in that function, I think. And I forgot to take out the if this works, then the this should work. If we swap back to that for test. And then they just get evaluated. And it doesn't. Okay. So we do that, and then we return the transit container. This was here. What's up? Just playing with some code, man. How about you? What's up with you? Welcome, welcome. Need to yeah, we can call that. That's valid. Which is good because we return that. We call that to update, then it gets updated when we toggle the... This is still true. And because they get rebuilt with the state preserved, they should get set here without doing the update. That should be fine. other time we pop that up is when we're adding a connection. Goes in the handler. Handler goes into there. Are you in here? No. It's when we do the it's got to be in here that we do the adding, right? No, we put that after. It's going to show up in here, and it's going to be this new connection handler. We set this, and then we need to we can't call update on that because we don't store that, but this is a selected connection. Update data. Doesn't store. But we could do an update there. The idea being that if you have said, I want to add a connection and you already have it, it should be telling you, hey, this already exists, by way of expanding it and saying, hey, go here. So that works now. It doesn't change my icon though. Icons are broken in general. Okay. Let's fix that as well. Let's do this in a couple commits. We'll do fix connection expander buttons no longer expanding the form. And then we can come back and we know that this is has an icon in it. We used to set that button, expander button, styler, set icon. There we go. This collapsed. Then we set the icon to arrow right. Should be, oops. Must have deleted the down at some point. Oops. Or was it just... Yeah, there's no arrow or arrow, keyboard arrow, for the down. Hello, Angad. Angad? I'm sure I mispronounced that every time. I'm sorry. So we just need to go back up here when we build it, because it gets updated. I think we can do set icon, const dot, keyboard arrow down. Let's see if that'll give us our toggling icon again. Cool stuff. I never thought I would see a game. Oops, sorry. See a game engine in Golang. What frameworks do you use? Cogent for the UI. And that's pretty much it. It's the only framework. I've got Mongo for the Mongo driver, and I've got WebSocket for the WebSocket. That's all. The rest of it is all standard or things they pull in. Mostly Cogent pulls and stuff. Okay, and this, okay, it does not update. So I would have to do this in a styler, I think, because it's not triggering to get restyled. Can I... Oh. Can I actually just run this inside of the styler? Because that's the function that gets called, right? So theoretically... And then our icon, our folder icon, little arrow here, works again. And if we do the same test where we try to recreate, it pops us open and it works. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Love it. We'll do... Make sure... Yes, it looks right. Ugh. I just can't type. This... And we will do fix expander icon no longer switching when expanded / clicked. Perfect. Got that. All right, so that is that handled. We just need to get the user feedback in this window is kind of the next hairy problem here. And if I can't do a modal, we've already experimented with trying to get like layers and stuff like that working, and it didn't really work out in a way that made me happy. The I guess the other thing we could do is some kind of like bar at the bottom or something that comes up. Like we could replace this maybe. Not sure if I like that either. I guess we could also put it down here. We'd want to disable these. And maybe that's the right answer, because if right now if I click apply, I'm new. What are you actually building? This is a game engine for a MUD, and this specifically is a map editor so that you can build a map for the game. These are all rooms, and then you can set up connections between them and all that. In this test map, everything is connected just for ease of getting the UI set up, right? But, you know, if you had no connections here and here and here, you can start to see how this becomes more of a map, right? And then you don't actually even have to have, you know, like there's no room here. So you could just go around this area. Oh, this actually still has a... There's something wrong there. There's a bug. That shouldn't be showing up at all. It should be cleaned up. We'll have to fix that too. But one thing at a time. Let's see here. WStream man, I need to go right now. I'm a tune in later. Awesome. Fantastic. Thanks for swinging by. We'll be here for a little while longer, and then there's lots of odds if that's your jam too. So there is the argument that... Nope, that just crashed because there's no room there. We need to check that too. All part of kind of tightening up the connection editing stuff. So there is absolutely the argument that if we come in here and we say, okay, clicking these no longer does anything because it's not listening for them. Delete does a thing. But it's still stuck waiting and listening for that event. So that does make a degree of sense to block out that. So then we have less confusion or possible confusion. The other thing... Now let's look at button bar. This is all set up. Play button always exists. We would need to... either replace everything except for a cancel button, or toggle everything off and on. But that... I don't like that so much, I don't think. And maybe we do want this to stay active because... maybe it's interesting to you to see... you can still click things here and then click over here. Oh, that didn't save my state. That... Maybe that's okay. Maybe we want to keep you focused there first and foremost. We could do is we have pagers, but then we have to pass pager around. Instead, we can say if dot click-awaiter. If our click-awaiter is set up, or rather, if it's not set up, then we do all this. Whole thing. All them buttons. That should result in no changes at all. And we still see our buttons. Yes, everything's happy there. Doesn't know anything else about that, so. We need to then, if we did this way, we would have to, we'd have to detect when this changed and then restyle the button bar, update the button bar, which would have to be in here. Or we could do it as part of this, maybe. But then when we do that, doesn't help us when the selected connection does get set. That would have to go into it, where it gets put in. But maybe that's okay. Because clear selections would take care of it after getting it back to the normal state, right? And then, because we update the whole frame on that, that would trigger it to get restyled. But then the on-click handler for the add button there, we would see this in not select connection, select a tile. Let's refresh. This is set. Down here where we set up the button, connection handler. And here we do have, so EB dot, update that. But we need to do that after Um, no, it wouldn't be in here. It's here. It's in the onClick, not in the builder, because that just builds a function that goes in there. So we would need to set the handler and then update. And we can test this real easy. We can say, if it's not nil, then what we're going to do is new text. This will be that, I guess. And this would hang off of, or go inside of rather, button container. And then that. And then styler. This, we say s dot background equals colors dot scheme dot error base, I guess, to make it red. And then can't forget else. We all do that. Now we'll do that. It did not. Why did it not? Let's make sure that this is firing correctly. We should see this. We don't. New layout pass. It's because it's not updating. It is. Well, it's updating. It's not rerunning this. I see. This would need to be inside of like an update function. I don't really want that. That starts to get messy. So gotta think of a better way to handle this since the modal approach failed. That was the sort of the initial plan. Let's just do this. We'll just chuck that. Exploration, that's fine. Might have been faster. Click restore. That's fine. It's okay. This, how else can we do this in a sane and clean way? We would have to... Buttons is actually just a frame. The... If we're going to get into like pagers and stuff, then, and I don't even know if this is a valid place to put a pager, come to think of it, we would have to I guess we could put a reference to the pager inside of the edit bar itself. That could be a thing. And then we could do a swap. The does it make sense to put that into the main form frame or not? That would give us kind of the initial idea all over again. Let's just see if a pager actually works. Form parent is that we would have to we store that though. And I know we use it to set, or at least we used to use it to set content pretty heavily. Let's not do that. Let's do here. This. if we were to put the a frame in here, we would need to track state somewhere. But we could do that here. Show or we should say pending connection click is false. We do here a frame this goes at the end. Set a destination room. And then we can say styler styles.style. The set state pending connection click. We're gonna have to change that to make this make sense because this only does dot. Invisible, right. So this, if it was false, would say so. Well, this needs to be show pending click notification. And then here we need to do this, that, this gets updated. This we can also do scheme dot background or not background, just make it red so we can see for sure that it's there and happy. Getting this to click off, however, let's just make sure this works. To make it show up. Getting it to hide again is going to be tricky. So we come in here. That still doesn't. Inspect. Frame 3. Frame 1. There it is. It's problematic. Is it because this is actually backwards? So this should actually be visible from the get-go. It's just hiding below, I think. No? Oh, it's because this isn't, this is just setting it up. This doesn't actually drive the on-click, that's why. Silly, silly me. This is just adding the button if it's missing. I guess we could put it inside of... This only returns a button, though. But does it have to? What if we put this in here? We'll fix it in a second. What if we returned a frame instead? And then we put you in there. We put you in here. Like so, right? And then this is hide pending click, or rather, yeah. So it is set to true. Invisible is set to true by default. But then here, we have the same problem though, where this needs to, something needs to toggle it back off, right? Let's just see. This may be a silly way to go about this. Because of that specifically. Why? New connection button. You're in there. You're just invisible. This would need to update the container, the parent container, so that it gets rebuilt, I think. Okay, that's better. That won't go away when we click a room, but that's to be expected, right? Gonna need... If we made this... Well, no, because that won't... I was thinking we just toggle back and forth, but we won't be clicking on that button. We'll be handling the signal. I guess what we could do... is this... and we could say if, because we have access to this. If it's nil, that... We'll get this out of here. So if it's not nil, then it shows that, provided we update everything, which I think we do. Doesn't show. Does show. Click there. Still showing. Crap. We don't. We don't call updates on form parent. We would need to do... It wouldn't go through clear. We update you here, though. After we set that. And this is, should be. We forgot to, that's why. This needs to be that. That. Because we did that. No. What is responsible for nilling that? That might be a different bug in part of our other issues. What did I call you? Click a waiter. Right, it gets nilled after we run it. Okay. So that should have been. So it should be nil at that point. And that is where we should do it. If it's not nil, we call it with the data we just got, and then we nil it. Because this happens in the updater. Called in sequential descending reverse order in run updaters to update the node. I bet you don't have an update first now. First updater we do. I bet you it was just triggering the other update first, then this gets set, and then it doesn't get drawn. That's my guess. Let's see if we change that to be a first updater. If everything just works. That, no, does not just works. If perhaps that, no. You're part of form parent, right? So you should get rebuilt. We need to. It should be working. What am I missing? Um, call update on click, which does work. Sequential descending reverse order. But it goes into node-based updaters dot first. Actually, what we can do is maybe. No, because if we clicked again, it would just get set. Let's do that and make sure that it does get fired. Yo yourself, Bolt Killer. So we should see it fire there, and it does. And we see it once when it first starts, which makes sense. If we click, it does fire the updater. So why? I guess we could just do this. I'm gonna do that though. And then it would just let it log the click awaiter is at that moment. So it's nil. It's a thing. It's still a thing here. And that's because on this case we don't clear it yet. No, we should. If we delete you, you're still nil. If we click, you're a thing. Nil exists. No update gets fired there. That's why. Because we fire that, we set that to nil. And nothing in this. right here. This updates form parent. But at this stage, the handler still exists. We don't nil it until after. Which... Here we update connection table. Well, in the case of clicking a new one. Guess we could do that here. I don't think that matters to us really in other places. So if we were to apply that, it's nil. Okay, now it's a thing. Still a thing at the time the updater fires. Right, because we did the nil in the run. Okay, I'm silly. So this doesn't matter. We do the update here because this is where we check to make sure if it doesn't exist, we make it. Then we need to update the connection table so that it rebuilds from the list because we just added to the list right here, the select connections list. So the problem is I guess we could take this out of there. We still need the other one because that rebuilds the list. Well, maybe we don't. Do we? If we were to take that out and this out and instead say, hey, we handle it, we nil that, and then we just update everything here. That should mean that after anyhow this gets called, we clear it and rebuild. And that would make it go away. This would all still work if we were to then duplicate this, then yeah. There we go. I think I can live with that. That's not terrible. We need to do stuff here. When we toggle this, let's get rid of that. It was commented. This, let's do show add button. We'll flip this around. Get rid of that. So if it's nil... Wait, no, this was correct this way because we're flipping the deal. So if it's nil, then we just get an add button. This needs to be... We don't have... Styler. It's the inverse of show add button that makes this invisible or not. That all still stays good. This becomes the same. So when we show the add button is true, the invisible for that is false. Invisible for this is true. Then when we flip it, so we toggle between showing the button and showing the notice. In theory. Unless I've screwed that up. It's bizarre to have this be flipped. It feels bizarre. Okay, select destination room. Bam. We get our button back. Life is good. The styling of that needs to be fixed up, but that's fine. This needs to be a frame. So that we can do this. That. This can be the text. That. This needs to be... just let you grow. And then... that. Actually, I might be able to get rid of that if we do this. Then we can do this, and we just say that's nil, and we update, which we have to do here because otherwise it won't run through the other deal. So now theoretically there should be cancel button that backs us out of selecting a new room. So if we're like, hey, I want to add We need to make that column. That's fine. And then we can cancel. And then we can reselect. And then we can still select. So, all of that I like. This needs to be that, I think. Which would get us this. No? Oh, I put on the wrong spot. That's why. You need to be in there. There we go. I want this to be center all, yeah. But also I want to this to grow. We tell you to grow on the X. I don't think this actually needs to grow if we do that. Yeah, okay, perfect. The color kind of sucks, but that's fine. The notification text I want. Let's say to EM for padding. Just so it's not quite so squished at the top. Don't like that at the bottom though. What is the main one? That it must be gap. Combination of gap and the padding. So I would need to, I guess I can just zero the gap. Otherwise we'd have to set the padding on everything else except for the bottom. The other thing I want to do is when you click this, I want to scroll you down. I still don't like that. So let's just do that. Think this will get me what I want, maybe. No. Oh, because I need to specify that. That's why. Think, I hope. Maybe not. Ah, well. Apparently my understanding of the order is incorrect here. Set 0 to 4 values, blah, 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 blah. If 4 values are provided, top left is set to the first. Right, top right is set to the second. Bottom right is set to the third. Left, bottom left set to the fourth. That doesn't make a ton of sense to me, but we'll roll with it. Like, why would you set it on corners instead of sides? There, I like that better. All right. This don't think maybe I can. I'd like this to be a little bit, no, I can't. I'd like this to be a little darker. Container? I feel like I've run into this problem already before, but we need to do a bunch of theming work to make this. Oh yeah, there we go. I would also like this to be s dot opacity dots, no, just equals, let's say 0.8. Just give it a little bit. Well, that kind of got opaque, but not, or a little faded, but not. I bet you I'd have to set. Can't set the. Yeah, okay. I guess we're just gonna let it roll like that. But the cancel button that is not. We don't have a styler for you yet. How does that look? Yeah. And then actually, can I button types? I think there is a cancel button already. Nope, I must be thinking of something else. Okay. Away with you. Back with you. Dot scheme. Error dot on. What's on container? Let's just change that just for funsies and see what it gets us. Sure, why not? Let's see. How do I want to do this? This feels like it's too far down. Frame 3, then frame 1. I think this is the gap setting. Just take you down to 2. Still looks oddly large. To my eyeballs, anyway. I bet you this button has something. Either I put it on the table? No. That shouldn't be the case because it's just in a frame. If I did... Well, that changed that. I made it unusable. Yeah, it's just that. It's fine. We'll chase it down here in a minute. We'll figure it out. let's get this on click for the button itself. We'll do an update and then we'll do scroll to this. But it wouldn't be that. It'd actually just be container scroll to this. Let's see if that'll get us to scroll down like we want to make sure it's visible. Because right now when you click it, it kind of extends down off the screen, which is fine. It just needs to be. And as usual, scroll is immensely disappointing to use. Tells this widget's parent frame to scroll your parent frame. I need to do this in the update, maybe? Because maybe it's scrolling to the button and it's like, hey, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm already scrolled there. Back here. What if we did that instead? I think we would have to do this. Like that, maybe. Don't know. Okay. Hmm. It's for dimension, but I think this is going to help us. Like, obviously, it can't go to the top, but I still don't think it's going to do anything at all in this case. Yeah. Hmm. Let's worry about that a little bit later. This. Let's think here. Do we want to disable? I think we want to do that in this. we'll say if eb dot click awaiter is not nil, s dot set state true, states dot disabled. If it is nil, set state false, states dot disabled. That way you can't get into trouble with that. I think you still should be able to click on okay, that didn't quite. And it's because we would need to update the whole frame, which is probably fine. In our on click here, we're just doing the container, but that should do everything. But it didn't. It also didn't disable the buttons, which is annoying. Why not C? Because I wanted to write Go. I would... Updating frame should do... buttons. Good argument? I mean, it wasn't really an argument. It was just an answer. That should... I take that as an argument. Error, invalid argument type, answer, expected argument. So what is the end goal for the engine? I see the channel is new. The end goal is to make the engine, make a game. We'll see what happens. Right now we're working on the editor, so... map editor specifically. That should be... Hey, I'm back. What's good? Life is good. Some days. This only updates form parent though, so that's probably part of the problem. If we did a frame update there, that might help for the clearing. OnClick should do it though too. Doesn't. Hmm. 2D or 3D? If 3D, one thing I'd recommend maybe is just doing what Godot plugins do, which is parse quake/trenchbroom.map files. Neither text, it's a mud. No graphics, really. So why not? Let's back that up. Both places. That probably still stays. Let's go back to form parent update and then trigger that. Oh, right. You are funky because of the way we built you. Why did I choose Go over languages like C or C++? Because I like Go and I wanted to write it in Go. Triggers a form parent update, which won't do this, but that's fine for a first step. Right, that's what I was looking at. I was looking at buttons is what we called you, not button bar. And then that. I think this gets set to buttons is button continue. Yeah, that should be. Did I check out libs like raylib and? No. What is raylib? Raylib, blah, 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 easy to use. This looks like a C library. Examples. Here we go. Because this is not how I want to do. This is a degree of three-dimensional. It's got a fork for Go. Gotcha. Let's see here. So buttons update. That maybe will help us with this thing getting updated. Let's find out. It's not. Wonder if it's related to either the async or because it's in a different frame, maybe? Shouldn't be. Why would you be not triggering that correctly? Can I give a tour of my engine? Not really, because it's very early days still. I mean, I can do, get over here. I can launch the server and then helps if you use the right name. I can do that. I can log in as a character. I can look at myself and I can move, but I need to fix my formatting there. But that's mostly all that it does right now. Oh, and you can log out too. And exit directly. It's very, very early still, so. Which is why we're building the map editor, right? So the, right now it's not saving anything because we're still working on it. But the idea is that you can, get out there. The idea is that you can build the map, and then when you launch the server or tell the server to refresh the map, it'll load from the file. And it's just JSON. But aside from that client, the server just is headless, right? There's no UI for the server. But aside from that, and yeah, it's a MUD. Yeah, all text. Kind of like if you've ever heard of Zork. So once a long time ago, computers sucked, and we had games like Zork that were text games, and then computers got a little bit better, and we got the internet, and people made Zork that you played with your friends, right? That was like the original MMO. So it was all text based. You could, navigate. These are like rooms, and you could find goblins in there and bash them and all that. And it was very, very simple. A lot of it was players role playing and stuff like that. But with a structure around them to kind of have some interaction with the world. And then we got things like graphics, and now we have, EverQuest and WoW, and then those just got better. And there's still MUDs that exist, but they're not really popular. So, I think it's kind of cool. It's just it's a project that the idea occurred to me and I was like, well, that sounds like a lot of fun. And I just like, nobody's going to want this, right? Very few people are going to want to play a text game today. But it's really fun to work on and to mess with. So it just keeps me entertained. And then, you know, keeps me sharp. Keeps me working on something. Let's see here. Don't understand why that wouldn't be updating. I also want the, while we look at that, we can also look at like the docs page here. I want the buttons themselves to also get disabled. That's going to be in concepts and style, I think. Except for, I think it'll be this page of styles. So sizing, positioning. Right, I can't search here because it's a WASM map. Thought. Must be on the other one. We had it right the first time. Let's see here. Concepts. Style. Styling order, styling multiple widgets. Here we go. On child added. But all direct children. Head out again, got some work, come back later. Cool. Have fun. Good luck. I would need to I'll direct children. So I would need to do this if I wanted to do the buttons, which kind of sucks. But and then it's a tree node. And then as widget, the node, hang a styler off that, which looks an awful lot like a regular styler. And that would be, so if I was going to do that, what I probably want to do then this can be true. And then drive this off of that. False for disabled. Else. Actually, I could do, instead of doing an if, we flip this because if we just tie it directly there. And then, I don't know if that's going to do anything for me, but let's find out. We might have to do an updater for it that specifically says, hey, you need to reevaluate this. Maybe that's the trouble. Actually, nothing is, yeah, we would have to. Crap, okay. We would have to do that because otherwise nothing would tie it to. Disabled is equal to or rather if eb dot click a waiter. Hey Jazz, how's it going? Set that to false. If there is a click a waiter, set it to true. Then hopefully that'll be tied to that. Hopefully. Still not disabling them though. Does if you click again. Oh. Apparently, it's time for my stream to fall over. That's cool. Love that. Let's make sure everything came back. Maybe. I think so. It's all your fault, Jazz. You showed up and the stream just couldn't handle it. Your enthusiasm was too much. Great, what about you? What are you up to today? Fixing stuff. Because last week we played around with like a modal for this to say, right, you know, yeah. Last week we played around with that modal trying to or trying to get some kind of a UI in here that said, hey, you need to click on a room now, right? It's okay, I forgive you. The modal blocks everything. Layering just became a huge mess. So now I'm kind of playing around with the idea of what if we just do that and then disable the buttons here because otherwise you can get into trouble. But this is now not playing nice. So, you know, one of those things. And also I seem to have broken my nice orderly deal there. I need to fix that too. But I did figure out the I figured out the issue where if you had like a room selected and then you selected a connection and then you hit escape, it would have the room still focused. And the answer is I'm an idiot. I just needed to make this custom button that we had to build because none of the existing buttons did what we wanted icon-wise. I just needed to make it focusable. So that way, just the framework magic handles it. After all that messing around trying to get something to work signals-wise, you know. What about you? What are you up to today? How's your week been? Etc. The usual. How's things and life? Let's see here. So that's the updater. Let's also do... Let's just do a little good old print screen. Thanks for recap? Absolutely. Alright, so the updater gets fired a couple times as we build up. That makes sense, kind of. Let's do this so I can actually watch it. Fires when we resize. That makes sense too. Okay, now. If I click this, the updater doesn't fire. Did I remember to put it back here? Form parent. I did not remember to put it back in here. Let's see if that works better or not. Life is depressing as usual? That's terrible. Why is it depressing? You still stuck in crunch mode? Now it updates, but it doesn't. Till I moused over it. Ah. What if we do a first updater? It fired. Still doesn't show, though. Why would that be? we did this, will it also be delayed until we mouse over for the re-enabling or not? Cancel. Cancel works differently though. So we would need to come in here again. Do this, pick a thing, sure. It does. It behaves exactly the same. Okay. What if... That doesn't make sense. Well then, how go? What'd I miss? Well, you're late. I just gave Jazz the recap. Gonna need you all to coordinate better? No, I'm kidding. So I figured out the issue with getting things to redraw and a couple other things. The primary issue is that I'm an idiot. So now I get, let's make you bigified. Now I get correct listy lists behaviors. No need for a recap, just a 2-sentence run, that'd be enough. I fixed it. I'm an idiot. That's my 2-sentence recap. You see, it lacks a lot of interesting context. Run is a go routine because run is an asynchronous listener for a signal. Run is what needed the async lock. In other news, I also fixed, and I don't know if you were here for this one or not. I think we talked about it. Previously, if you had a room selected, and then you selected a connection, and then you cleared it with an escape, it would leave the room focused. That was like 2 selections ago. Yeah, oof. Yeah. When I realized it, I was just like, oh. But yeah, so the room would still be selected. And so I was trying to get signals working to clear things and run into bugs, and it was bad and everything sucked. These are custom buttons because the stock buttons wouldn't let me put icons in there the way I really wanted to and work. And I just needed to make them, give them the ability to be focused so that when you click on them, they get focus and then it gets cleared. Well, I was doing a bunch of multi-threaded programming today in Rust, and I'm very happy at least some types of such bugs are quite impossible. Yeah. Rust is also supposed to make it impossible to have memory leaks, but I hear Cosmic is pretty leaky. I don't know if that's because unsafe or whatever the Rust equivalent of that is was called a lot, or if it's a case of like a really large kind of weird thing was built in it and it's exposing sharp edges that don't normally happen in things that Rust is well designed for. You guys, what can you do about an a-hole walking around with his huge walkie-talkie radio thingy disturbing my connection? That is certainly a question. I assume that wired is not an option. That's what I would immediately go to. You can achieve leaks with unsafe, or there's a standard lib function actually called leak. maybe they called leak. Maybe they were like, you know what? We need some leaks. I want to leak this over there. I haven't actually dug into the reports. I just heard that it was, they had issues with some leaks and everybody was very, internety about it. Show the app, please? Sure. Here you go. There's an app. I hope it's everything you dreamed. If you have the option, go with wire. Yeah. That would be the easiest answer. Either you or I am going to die the upcoming days. I assume that this is like not a somebody trying to fix the thing, but like somebody's hobby radio setup or something. No, but what I've usually seen is that if you try to translate OOP code or thinking directly into Rust, it leads you down unsuitable styles and data structures. Yeah, okay, makes sense. And you often lean heavily into stuff like RC and arc, ref-counted pointers, which can leak if you make circles. Gotcha. That does make a degree of sense. I have the opposite problem these days where I've been working in Go for a long time. Well, long-ish, you know, not like a massively long time, but long enough that like I'm very comfortable with structs and the way you think about manipulating data in Go, right? And if I go immediately jump into something that's object-oriented, it takes me a minute to just remember that, oh yeah, everything just needs to go through the class. Unfortunately, that's often a sign you need to re-architect, but it's non-trivial and costs you pay for the memory safety. Yeah. Makes sense. I'm not exactly sure what motivated them to say, you know what, we need to make our own window manager and it has to be Rust. I don't know what drove that decision. I know that they were, well, I think that they were not exactly happy with the GNOME that the current UI is based off of, which I sympathize with. I'm not really a fan of GNOME either. It just hasn't annoyed me enough to change yet, but like there's so many other options. For a lot of things I've tried to do, I've had to attempt different architectures and data patterns 2 or 3 times until I set it on a correct Rusty paradigm. Yeah. That's kind of just like building a thing in general though. Like you unless you've built that thing before, you kind of just got to mess around to find out. Gets better with practice. What I am guessing happened at Cosmic is they have a few Rust enthusiasts and a lot of non-Rust devs, and they went for it. More practice should get better. But unfortunately, that's also a way to bake in a bad architecture that could haunt you for a long time. Yeah. That is true. And I don't know, like, what the size of their team is, or like, even if it's a massive deal or not. Like I said, I didn't really chase down that rabbit hole. I just saw people talking about it and they got very internety about it. You know, the sky is falling, all that. Everybody picked their camp and all that. What's the word I'm thinking about when a thing is correct for a language? It's word here, Rust. I've mostly heard the expression Pythonic in Python. Idiomatic is like the catch-all term, I believe, that you're looking for. It doesn't surprise me. There was that CMD bug which got slapped to the CV of 10 just because it was Rust. Yeah, like the tribalism is just tribalism and bandwagoning / bike shedding is just so absurd, especially on the internet. Idiomatic Rust is hard because of extra constraints and having to use a bunch of pointers and indirection is a strong signal you're not doing idiomatic. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't done enough Rust to really have encountered that particular pain point. It almost sounds like almost more like functional, like you're like if you're using pointers, you're passing around a single thing that's getting mutated generally, right? Whereas in my understanding, if you're being more functional about it, it doesn't mutate data, which that might be off base there. I don't really follow the functional world. Meanwhile, there was an RC bug in PHP, which needed like 4 weeks to even get a score. Then it being something like 6.7 around the same time. Yeah, yeah. Why you know updates? The Rust CMD bug, if I recall correctly, was that you had to run batch files in Windows command using one of the standard lib functions for that. If you took unfiltered user input and passed it to the batch script, it could lead to shellcode. Unfiltered, you passed it to the batch script. Oh, the batch, like the function executing it? It's only a bug because every other language handled it the exact same way and some scripts relied on that behavior. Nice. So we do that. It does fire. But thing is that any bug or defect in Rust gets a lot of attention because it's very easy to sensationalize. Yeah, it's whatever your pet thing is the best thing ever, and everything else is garbage, especially if it's popular with somebody else. Should settle down over time, but I don't think it'll ever go away. I think in Rust's case especially, it has to do with their goal of replacing everything else. That's like a, I don't think that's actually their goal, but that's like the perceived goal, right? Where they want to, kill off all the C code in the world and all the C++. And everybody that likes those things still is just like, whoa, hang on, I'm attacked, I mean, titles like Security Bug and Rust get a ton of clicks and debate and engagement, so reporters are incentivized to exaggerate. Well, yeah, because they get it, they feel attacked, and things get passed around more. Yes, it's a toxic trait of a lot of Rust developers who want to reinvent everything. They forget that Rust is binary compatible with C for a reason. Right, yeah. And I would be surprised if that's actually like the general feeling, but there's a vocal section of the world that, is advocating for that, so. Your day job work isn't Golang, Rust is your hobby. Yep. I wonder if you should be updating the children, but I wonder if I would need to. I wonder if this is just not equivalent like they say it is. And I need to do this manually, which would be weird and awful, right? But like, there are still use cases where C would be the obvious choice, warts and all. I wouldn't imagine trying to bootstrap a new architecture CPU straight to Rust. That sounds like a disaster. I guess. I don't really know a lot about things at that low a level. Really? Grab this. And we'll do you... Well, actually, we could do... We could test on just one. That'd be saner. Most of the people I've met who like Rust merely have the opinion that new projects... Oop, that full screened on me. That new projects, standalone work should be considered in Rust for the benefits it brings, especially if you have the majority of your developers who are familiar with it. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. And if I click here, yeah, it's still. Double check. Inspect. Oh, is it? This should be frame. Let's make sure. New frame, off the parent. Which is the... center frame, which is actually... Sure, we'll call it that. The important bit is that now we see that it's possible for a compiler to do stuff like this and eliminate these types of bugs and bring these kinds of features. Anyway, thanks for cooking my TED Talk. Oh, I missed a man. I will also go further. It's very possible that there will be a new language, easier and more ergonomic than Rust, but which will adopt some of the improvements from Rust and thereby create a good mix of both worlds and win that way. Isn't that kind of Zig? Like, Zig isn't as type safe, but they're interoperable. Like, you can use Zig to compile C. I've heard a lot of good things about it because of that specifically, where it wants to be compatible, and therefore it's an easier elephant to eat. And then parent frame goes inside of that, which is the whole wrapper. Yes, this becomes frame. So that's the whole thing. No, Zig goes the other way. Zig is like more memory control, more direct control of memory. Oh, gotcha. I only looked at it real briefly and concluded that it was still too early for me to really invest time in it. It has a very nice compiler, and it can be very drop-in replacement to parts of C++, so you can modernize the code and bring some nice features, but it's very explicit about memory handling, even more so C++. Gotcha. Okay. The other thing I saw when I looked into it was that the guy leading the project has extremely strong opinions on some things, and in response to issues, he will close them and say, don't make proposals to change the language or something like that, which kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Like I get it, you can say no, but and maybe it's just like he got so many of them that he eventually just had to keep it short and sweet and frustrated sort of thing, you know, but it seemed just kind of weird. Memory handling. What I didn't like about it was the author had a talk about the beginnings of SIG, and he tried to do it in other languages, including Rust, and couldn't figure it out, so decided to invent the language himself. Gotcha. Attitude a bit similar to Rob Pike, which I also didn't care for in many places. Yeah, I can see that. He also has strong opinions on some things. Early Go had the same sort of things where people were like, oh yeah, I would like this thing that is in other languages, and they were like, no. But on the other hand, Rust and the whole you can't use our logo and you can't, whatever else for what is theoretically an open source project was also weird. Like, why is everything weird now, I missed a sentence in the last one. The author of Zig tried to write an app. Okay, gotcha. Failed in a few languages, including Rust. Because they were not powerful enough or too complex, so he decided to start a new language. I mean, that's a thing. That sure is a thing. That Rust fiasco with copyright was weird, yes. Possibly a few very strange people on the board who needed to be reined back. Yeah, I don't know. And I don't think they haven't walked that back yet, right? Like, it was a big splash when it came out, so I heard about it on like Hacker News, and I was like, that's real odd, but okay. Zig reminds me of the early 2000s where everyone and their grandma was making their own interpreted dynamic language. Nice. I'm just glad that it has continued the trend of good tooling, right? Where that's like the biggest win of all the newer languages is that, well, the ones that are of note, right? Is that the tooling and everything is just baked right in, and it's very, very good. Okay, let's get rid of this since it didn't do any good at all. That can stay as it was. Well, they're copyright protective about the name and logo, not common for compilers, but it's not unseen, even among open source projects. It's unfortunate, but on the other hand, it's open source, so very forkable if they become weirder. Right. But if, like, the thing about that is, yeah, all open source stuff is forkable, but who's going to maintain it, right? Like, Terraform became OpenTofu and something else, and like one of them is maybe kind of maintained. Last I heard, that's happened with a couple things now. CentOS as well, like that forked to Rocky and a couple others, and I think Rocky's still alive, but like I haven't seen it talked about nearly as much as CentOS. Like it used to be what everybody would tell you to use, right? Too Long Me thinks my first computer plugged into a TV and ran basic loaded games off audio cassettes. Nice. I remember the story of MySQL and Moria. It could easily turn out that way. I don't think I've even heard that story. I don't think I've ever heard of Moria, which kind of tells me the story. That's kind of like the big thing about open source, and it's been talked about a lot recently, where, you know, so many things rely upon it now. You're a dev, not a sysad. That's true. That's very true. But so many things rely upon these, and people have like this entitled attitude towards them. We're like, hey, we just based our entire, you know, infrastructure on your thing, and now you're gonna charge us for it, and like, okay, but also like people got to eat, you know, so. MySQL was purchased by Oracle and all future development closed. So the original author forked it, renamed it to Moria. It was a drop-in replacement, same config file, same syntax, same drivers. Gotcha. All open source web pages now predominantly run Moria. MySQL is pretty much abandoned. Ah. Interesting. Does everybody just call it MySQL? Because that's I've seen that mentioned a million times, but I've never heard Moria. In essence, Oracle thought they were getting rid of a competitor, but in fact, they were heavily funding competition database. Nice. So this gets fired, but why don't they update until we mouse over them? And it shouldn't be in async because we don't call that yet. MySQL still lives kind of, but any web stack you'd put up nowadays would probably go with Moria instead. That's it. After the whole fiasco, I think Postgres bumped up quite a lot in popularity. I have heard a lot about Postgres. I've only used it a little bit once. I'm not a huge SQL fan in general. Like, I get its you know, purpose and why it became such a thing, but it's also just really, yeah, like too much for a lot of stuff, you know. Pardon my typoing. It's Maria. Oh, MariaDB, not Moria. Gotcha. That makes so much more sense. I've heard of MariaDB. Yes. Lord of the Rings on the mind. I mean, there's worse things to be thinking about. Is Lord of the Rings your Roman Empire? Crying in SQL every day. God bless Link. See, I don't like Link. I really don't. There's way too much magic in Link. Although I might feel differently if I had to cry in SQL every day. That's also a thing. Oh, why button no update? What if I was to Is it because there's somehow Is it because they're briefly invisible? Is that some kind of a thing where that's contending? In any case, with that Rust copyright stuff, as I understand, the limitation is you can't call your project Rust something with Rust in the name. You can't use the Rust logo in your own product, which kind of makes sense. I don't imagine any real software startup would do that, but it's also weird. The Rust Foundation wanting to explicitly codify it. I might also be misremembering. Yeah, that rings a bell. But also you can't like use Ferris in educational material. I think was one of the cases that was talked about where, you know, people wanted to make courses and use it. Not to like claim that I am official or anything, but just like as a nice graphic. Link is love, Link is life. But what about Zelda? You haven't seen Link until you've seen the beauty of Rust iterator trait? Yeah, I don't think I have seen that at all. The mascot was also protected. That was also, yeah. Which, like, I mean, I could understand it being a problem if, like, you tried to make your own, like, if you forked it and called it Crust and used the same guy, that might be a problem I could see, right? But, like, I have to admit, I don't know anything about Rust. Is it worth looking into for fun private projects? Well, the problem is that you have to dye your hair blue, so I hope you like that. What if that states I would suggest doing a few examples with it. It's a harsh mistress, and there are some heavy constraints to ensure the safety guarantees, which can mean a steep learning curve. I could say that's ultimately worth it. Rust made me a better programmer in other languages. Crust, yeah, you like that? Keep in mind, it might not be the best for your exact project, best tool for the job, yada, yada. That's what it like, I can feel the pull of the Rust world still, but the lack of jobs involving Rust that I want, that is the main kicker for me. Like, I'm finally starting to see, you know, in the past year or two, more Go jobs, which is good because I really like Go. Would love to stay in the Go world, but I would also go back to writing something else if it meant, you know, getting that paycheck. But I haven't seen anything like, aside from crypto or small sections of other companies where they're like Firefox has some Rust, I think, right? But that's just like one team or whatever. It's a bit of a catch-22, but I've got like 4 offers in the last year for Rust jobs, so slowly picking up. Okay, that's cool. Getting stuff that has that good tooling into the wild is awesome. I wonder if this is... We know that the frame update is delayed. Did we try yet with... No, we didn't. Buttons update directly. I wonder if there's something going on that's cyclical. Good guy Mongoose not getting involved in crypto, bless my heart. There are a couple things that I just don't want to work in. Crypto and AI come to mind. Well, that fires the updater, but it breaks other stuff. Oh, I think I changed the wrong. Right, because I had... form parent here. update that. Anyhow, imagine you iterate functional style with closures, for example, stuff like summary, iter, enumerate, skip for, yada yada. Essentially, like LINQ, describe the operations you want to happen, but not worry about the exact for and while statements. Yeah, it did. It really. Is it, no, it's not 3 backticks. I don't know if Twitch chat has Markdown like that. Here's a fun bit. There's a crate which allows you to parallelize such code automatically simply by replacing iter with par iter. Oh, parallelize, right. Yes, parallel iteration. That is one thing I didn't like about the Rust world, is that it had the same sort of, on the surface, I didn't dig super deep into it, but it had the same sort of problem that Python does, where everything's a crate, and you just got to YOLO somebody's rando crate in, and, you know, it becomes the standard that everybody relies on, and, well, we know how that goes. NPM left pad comes to mind, right? Like, what if Serde, what if that goes away because somebody gets mad, right? Well, what about Go modules? I mean, what about them? Like, you can bring in lots of packages. Yes, that's still a thing you can do. But the strength of the standard library is very, very strong. And I really, really like that. Some of the crates have been included in standard, but I agree. Pretty much any modern language has, yes, exactly. Yeah. It's absolutely not just a Rust thing. I 100% agree. That's right. We're going to try that. Because I broke my DLUOPER by changing it to frame, since I didn't then also have form parent. And I don't know that, like, we get a lot of button updates as we build this. We might want to pare that back a little bit. Yeah, it still takes a mouse over to refresh them. Very confused by that. I would argue that Rust standard library is just as strong, if not stronger. It's just the paradigm that you prefer to rely on other people's crates for common things. The paradigm, like not really paradigm, but like the general consensus, like people just do that, because that's a Go thing too. Like, Gorilla Mux was the answer for a long time for HTTP routers and stuff that everybody went to, and then it was archived because the maintainers were like, "Nah, I'm done." But then it got brought back because people picked it up or something. But like, just use the standard library. Just do that, then you don't gotta worry. In either case, if you're doing a professional paid product and your build pipeline is pulling code off the internet and compiling it, you're just dependency hijacking away from being hacked or doing it wrong. Right. That's true. But Rust projects usually pull in a ton of dependencies. I don't like that. I try to avoid that in my project. Yeah. But like, you don't even have to be pulling in things willy-nilly off the internet in your pipeline in order to run into issues there. You know, if something that you were relying on has a security vulnerability and it's no longer maintained, then you gotta try to hunt down an alternative, or you know, or you're kind of hosed. I've encountered that in Python, More importantly, anything that underpins my infrastructure is mirrored to local Git and built from there, not a foolproof guard against petty hijacks, but it's a bit harder, especially when you delay upgrading a bit. Yeah, but you still have the issue with, things going out of maintenance, getting dropped, or, it could be, they take it into a direction that's not compatible with what you were doing, and then you have to maintain it, right? If it's a popular package and becomes unmaintained, it usually gets forked or picked up by new people, but therein lies danger. Yeah. Well, that's there was a couple of attacks that did that, where they offered to buy the repo from the maintainer, and then they inserted malware. Mongoose, when did you start using Go? Like, how many moons ago? Well, at least 3 moons, maybe 4. No, let's see. I wrote it every day for about 2 years. And before that, I had done like 1 or 2 projects in it at my job before that last one. And before that, I had explored it for 6 months, maybe. XZ library. Yeah, that's the one. Which, thankfully it was caught hopefully before too many people upgraded to it. But I don't know what the outcome of that was, because I didn't need to care. So I didn't worry about it. So I don't know if it was restored and is now maintained by somebody else who's trustworthy, or if it's just gone, or what, or if everybody just runs the old version. So by pulling new code to build your project should be a conscious decision, not an automatic one from the public internet. Right. But if it didn't get caught, it would have been pulled, right? Which, again, anything that has that sort of an ecosystem that relies on open source libraries has that same problem. But it's increasingly a thing that is attempted, so that's kind of a big problem. And in a language that doesn't have some of the things you want in the standard library, and your only option is to opt into that, or roll it yourself, it kind of leads to that thinking of, well, I guess we just pull in these packages. Should up to how new you want your code, how much resources you can invest into checking each new version, how far behind the bleeding edge you are. Yeah, that's all very true. Comes down to risk assessment and how valuable you are as a target. Right. Well, there was a great article. I think it was an article. Anyway, the quote that still sticks in my mind is that there's 2 kinds of companies: those that have been hacked and those that know that they've been hacked. Right. So this doesn't get us what we want, but it might still be, well, I don't like that so very much, because then you have to track which everything needs to be updated. Yeah, you like that? I found that. I'm pretty sure it was in an article somewhere, and I thought that was a fantastic quote. Make sure that everything's still running after it dropped earlier, and we're good. So we fire the updater. That happens, but it doesn't get actually updated until it's set to disable. I wonder if this is interacting strangely with the other styler that is tied to whether or not they are visible. Well, this hides the whole button container. That's probably fine, but maybe we want to fire this in our updater? No, because it's a state. So we can't do that. In any case, Cargo isn't a magic bullet to fix this, but it's an improvement. Until like 2019, maybe even later, Python's pip download packages over plain HTTP, not SSL, which was nightmare. Yes. If I recall correctly, Go modules use Git mostly to clone, so they are encrypted at least. Yeah. But if you, like, you can get a long way without any modules, so it reduces that, you know, if you are behaving and not just pulling in packages willy-nilly. When I during the stream today, Mongoose was just writing code like crazy. Now he's stuck reading our messages. I don't know if you were here the other day. Somebody was like, sorry for taking your time or whatever. And I said, you know, if I wanted to just write code in the quiet and get a lot of stuff done, I wouldn't be up here on a stream, right? The concept of lock files with actual code checksums are useful. Yeah. Where are you gonna? Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. Too distracting with conversation. I should shut up and enjoy some Go mastery. Where are you gonna find Go mastery? I just write Go. No, it didn't mean like that. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's more engaging to have like nerdy chats, I think. For it's more engaging for me, absolutely. My suspicion is it's also more engaging for the audience. If we're talking about stuff, right? Like I can just sit here and write code too, but like when we have interesting things to go back and forth with, that's pretty compelling to get those extra opinions, you know. I've been coding Go at work for approximately as long as you have, but I don't like it as much, so I very likely haven't gotten to the same level of details you have. I mean, yeah, that's fair. You know, your interest level really dictates how deep you're willing to dive into something, for sure. I've also been spoiled by tooling and libraries we have at work, so I haven't seen stuff like Cogent. Yeah, well, Cogent's so early, like, if I saw it at work, I would be very, very worried. But on the upside, that would, if I saw it at work, that would mean I have a job again, so that'd be good, right? Entire company runs on Bazel, and since it's pre-configured by another team, it's really nice to use. Trying to set it up for my personal projects is a nightmare. I did set up Bazel once for a proof of concept. I liked it. It was pretty good. We didn't use it. They kept their Jenkins thing, and I didn't work in that role for very long after that because nobody had any idea. Well, you clearly know Go very well. I can send you a referral. Doesn't mean much by yeah, absolutely. Totally open to doing that. I don't think referrals mean a whole lot in the current market either, but like Depends on whether we have an office near your location. I would be looking to, if I had to work in an office again, I would be looking to work in the state of Texas. I would prefer remote, but that's kind of going away too, so I prefer eating food in an office to starving remotely, you know? Yeah, I would super appreciate that, actually. Okay, so I was playing around with disabled. Sets those. Good guy Ash, right? On child added. I thought I had. Oh, you know what? It's on delete. Okay. Styler. Because this guy only shows up if there's a selected tile. That makes sense. The others. Well, actually, hang on. Right. Because we also select on if it's new. We don't show it for a new tile because delete has no meaning in that context. The rest of it is all just triggered off this. Okay, so if we eliminate this other state, that would kind of help us to know whether or not it's somehow interfering with our desire to be enabled or disabled when we are in the midst of this. No. That's so weird. Unless if I had Austin, Dallas. Yeah. I don't know if you've been around when I've talked about this, but I am a nomad. I have been a nomad, so I live in an RV. So like relocating is really easy for me. And if I just need to be posted up someplace for a couple years, then that's just what I got to do. Roll the trailer up to the new apartment, unload the stuff, and find a storage slot. It would mean faster internet, you know? That'd be kind of nice. What if this... was that not... Final updater, that's what it is. What if this needs to get fired last? Maybe there's something else involved still, but the very final thing we do is say whether or not you're enabled. Yeah, crap. if I did a test of actually, hang on. Because this is driven off the click awaiter's presence, maybe I'm like making a silly mistake here, and it's not actually getting nilled. Yeah, I can do that. Refuse to give Twitch my phone number. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah, that's why my auto filters for who can chat excludes that as a requirement for accounts that have been around for a little while. Because, like, I totally sympathize. How crazy would that actually be? Which part? It's not what I want. Let me send you. Send you that one. Getting a job via Twitch viewer. I mean, people get them off of, you know, like Twitter and stuff like that. I'm not on Twitter. There's too much nonsense on Twitter. It would be medium crazy. I'm just really bad at like networking because I have this thing where like I don't want to be your friend just so that you can maybe get me a job sometime, right? Like I'm only interested in genuine, you know, interpersonal relationships, so I'm a really bad networker. Ping that right now so you have an address too, okay? On Tuesday, Monday's holiday in Ireland. Well, happy holiday in Ireland in advance if I don't see you. And that would be fantastic. I also got to figure out why this is all wonky, but that's a future me problem. All right, so we can see now the state of this. Transferring you all the luck that's left for me. Don't do that. You need a little bit of luck still. I appreciate it though. What if we do like a luck share? I'll use it next week and then, you know, you can have it back and then we'll swap. So then it has a thing we expect. I forgot to do that. It has a thing. I totally invalidated my test by doing that. That's okay. Let's restart that. So we're in here. It has an object. Wait, or did I mouse over while I was looking? This that. Oh, I must have moused over. Okay. Yeah, it still doesn't redraw them. But it does toggle it. It fires and it has a thing, which should set them to disabled. Just in case I've done something else crazy. You should be able to recognize it. I like to use square bracket smiley. Gotcha. Disabling. It just doesn't redraw them. Ash is a good human being. Ash is very helpful. In general. In my experience. All right. What if, as part of this, let's go back to updater, because we do apply button, update, cancel button, update, delete button, update. I like to help, and I recognize other thoughtful and considerate people. In these times, we got to stick together. That is the last part, especially, is very true. Things are kind of crazy in the world. Okay, so doing that. Why would I need to, though? Because you're supposed to update all your children when update is called. And this should not make any difference at all. It should go right back to needing to be moused over. That is so weird. All right, well, if that's the way it be, we'll put it in for now. Oops. And then we'll need to make sure that we call on inrun. Frame update gets called. Okay, so that should result in them getting cleared when we click a thing. So they go away. It gets cleared. Fantastic. The other place we need to make sure we handle this correctly now. Not there. In the cancel clicker. This only updates container right now. Update the frame. So then if we cancel, our buttons come back. If it's up, we can't clicky them. We can still click these, like if we wanted to look at them for some reason. And let's do our traditional sacrificial lamb. kill the connection to 4.2. And if we were like, yeah, I want to look at these things. Okay, I want a connection. Clicky. Oh, wait. That got funky for a second. I think it was just the scrolling being wonked. We'll have to solve that later too. And we do that. Click apply. We get our connection back. Fantastic. We had an issue. I think it was if we... Nope, I did that wrong. Just reload that. If we did this, we applied, and then we deleted. Yeah, it doesn't clean that up, so we need to fix that. That would be... Let's do this. Let's get... Make sure I'm happy with this for now, real quick. That was certainly something. In either case, returning to the topic at hand, this looks quite a lot better and smoother than the last time. Nicely, detective. Thank you. Thank you. You know, took me a hot second, but we need, what the heck happened that made the whole thing go blank? That, we need to make sure that the clear selections, wood-fired pizza. How's pizza supposed to get a job now? What? Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Hey, that means that we have reached the 50 goal. I don't know if that truly counts as 50 or not, but it certainly is a goal. That's fantastic news. And it means it's time to start a new goal. Let's see, what does it want me to start? It wants me to start 60. Sure, why not? 60 it will be. Let's see here. Watts fine. Pizza always gets a job at my house. Nice. Sounds like there's a high turnover rate though. Let's see. Oh, that's delayed anyway, yeah, so it won't show me. Right? Hype indeed. It always surprises me. Like every time I look at that number and it's more than like 2, you know? And then I look at like YouTube, and for whatever reason, like earlier, it's quiet right now. Earlier there was some people in YouTube talking, which has not been the case for a long time. Like mostly YouTube is quiet. And last on Monday, I missed a bunch of comments over there because Restream wasn't relaying them, and I felt so bad. But like there's a little bit of traction going on over there too, where people are finding this interesting. So that's really awesome. It's Friday, so I went to take Castiva pizza earlier for my dinner. It really hit the spot, right in the duodenum. Or duodenum. Is that next to the medulla oblongata, which is what makes an alligator angry? see here. YouTube suffers from a bad discoverability problem for streams. I've been saying it for years. It's hard to find live streams on topics I want. Yeah. Twitch is also not great for discoverability. Like if you go to a category like software and game development and you sort by viewers low to high, there's like pages and pages of people that you don't see unless you actually play with the filters. Duodenum is just the next little bit just out of stomach before it hits the small intestine. Ah, okay. There's a reason I'm not a doctor, right? Because I don't know what a duodenum is. When I first started thinking about streaming, like I was looking into, you know, what is the common wisdom on the internet about how do you actually get yourself shown to people who are interested, and everybody's kind of, it's just a crapshoot. And then there was articles about, you know, people who streamed for literally years to nobody. I suspect they were probably in more crowded categories, you know, but also, the categories that don't attract a lot of viewers or have a lot of channels in them, like how are you going to get seen there? Like, I don't know. All they need to do is a categories that only shows live streams. Not all the videos seem to be fine. They have something like that for games, but it's a flat list and no way to search it. It'd be ridiculously easy. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. YouTube is... I'm kind of learning how the different platforms work, kind of. It's a lot of guesswork from what I can tell, but you know, like they always say that you need to make shorts. You got to make shorts. That's everything YouTube wants nowadays, but I don't know. I don't think I have a whole lot of short-worthy content. And I did make one, and let's see, it's got, I think 5 views, which is fine. Like, you know, anything is great, but like I have videos that have 285, which is insane to me still, but you know. Up the ice cream, now you got to tell me the solution to your riddle. Oh, I totally just got the joke. Wood-fired pizza. Like pizza was fired. Wood fired it from its job. How's pizza supposed to... Like, I totally... Yeah. I totally missed it because I was immediately transported to like the taste of wood-fired pizza in my mouth with that crispity, crunchity crust. Don't let me die dumb. Wood-fired pizza, like it's pizza that's cooked in a wood-fired oven, right? But wood fired, as in terminated deployment pizza. Now how's pizza supposed to get a job? I got there eventually. Okay, so what was I doing before all of the shiny things distracted me? So many nickels just everywhere. Shiny ones. Okay, so we had the updating going. I had a weird thing happen in the UI once, but we got that working. We got, oops. Did I misclick there? We need to make sure that clearing, that's what it was. That was a sneaky one, right? It did me a heckin' good sneak. Yep, employment jokes had a good chuckle. Rewatching Futurama early episodes the other day. You'll be fired. Out of a cannon. Into the sun. Futurama was good. Every time somebody says, it hurts when I... whatever, I immediately go to the episode where Bender was like the pharaoh of this planet, and they were carrying him, and somebody crawls up because they're building his monument. This worker crawls up and says, "It hurts when I breathe." And he says, "Well, what should you stop doing?" Every time since I saw that, every time somebody's like, "It hurts when I, do whatever. When I go like this." Brain goes right back there. So much good stuff. Just little stuff like that in there. The first time I saw Bender literally shit a brick, I died. I insist it has hands down the best dialogue writing of any modern media. In some 100 years or so, they'll be studying Futurama dialogue in schools like we do Shakespeare now. Man, now I want to be frozen and go to the future so that I can see. I'll take an elective college course in classic media. I'm just glad I didn't live to see this day. That and the "I don't want to live on this planet anymore" Farnsworth quote. That's also one of the top all-time best things. Any quote by Joey Mousepad? Joey Mousepad. I don't think I remember Joey Mousepad. Doesn't ring a bell. Is it a Futurama thing, or let's shoot bullets out of our guns? There's just so much good stuff in there. Zap Brannigan and Kiff, also favorites. This does call frame update on clear selections. We don't call clear selections though. Or maybe over there. No, I mean over here. I forgot where it was. He's one of the mob. Oh, okay, right. Okay. I remember Clamps. And there was like a fat robot, right? Was that him? Was that Mousepad? We're going to want to call... Just call set. The other one besides Clamps, yes. Hey, boss, isn't that your wife? What you had that wedding with? Hey, boss, isn't that your wife? What you had that wedding with? Bender. Bender and the robots. Absolutely brilliant dialogue throughout. Yeah. We want to make sure we clear the click-o-wator. And that should be done here. And I think we can do that first off. We don't even need to care about that. So that if we select anything different... My all-time favorite quote is from Bender at the poker tournament when he relied exclusively, full screen got me again, on luck and win all in without even looking at the cards. Looking at one's cards is a crutch for players who rely on skill. So many just solid Bender moments. One of my favorite characters, for sure, just of anything, is Bender. Okay, that takes care of that. I think think we're ready for commit for this. Let's make sure. Yes, because I renamed things in main. And this is display a info box indicating user needs to click a destination for connection and disable buttons in that state. They nearly rebooted Futurama again without John DiMaggio. That would have been an instant flop. Yeah, absolutely. All right, there's that. Next thing, let's fix up this. Let's try to figure out why this layout is all broken now. Just because hopefully that'll be an easy solve. We got two things that are broken in layouts. The first thing is that we drift out of sync here slowly over time, which is really, really weird. The other thing is my trash icons have become scraggly. Let's do the trash icons first. But before that, let me go use the restroom really quick, and we'll try to figure that one out real quick. I'll be right back. All right. Let me also make sure. Okay, there we go. I did get your message there, Ash, by the way. Okay, so the connection table gets built from here. This has the columns in it. Justifying styles end. Let me check. Oh, you know what it is? I bet. I bet you we didn't. We got rid of growing at some point. Excellent indeed. And now, brilliant. Love that. And it's still constrained inside of there. I love it when a thing actually works. Let's just do a cheeky commit, fix scraggly, delete icon alignment. Done. Will I become an affiliate now? Always wanted to see my name in the bits ranking thingy. Well, about that. Let's go see here. I think the dashboard is delayed until either A, I stop, or B, like some hours or something. The requirements for me to be an affiliate are 50 followers. It's showing 48 right now. I don't know if it'll show 50 or 49 when it updates. We'll find out. Stream 7 days in the month. I'm good on that. I stream more than that. 8 hours a month. Also good on that. I stream more than that. The big one is 3 concurrent viewers per stream. And that's averaged, I think, over the past 30 days. I'm at 2. So that's going to be the hard one, I think. For whatever reason, on Twitch in general, from what I've been able to learn, like follower count is not really super valuable, because like lots of people follow you and then never come back. It's just, you know, they wanted to show some support, but they don't actually want to be active in participating in your stream, which is perfectly fine. Like there's a lot of stuff to watch, and you know, I totally get that. But the viewer, like the people that stay and become regulars and want to hang out, that's more valuable in general, just for as a metric of like how well are you doing, or are you doing something good, essentially, right? So it makes a degree of sense that is kind of a requirement, but we'll get there. I think when I started out, I didn't think so. But, you know, seeing the growth has been humbling, and I'm really grateful for it. And just because it's supportive of what I'm doing, right? It makes me feel, you know, like I have something interesting to share. From what I see, calm, measured, thoughtful people are less popular on Twitch versus extravagant and loud, doing crazy, overpromised projects and never finishing. Yeah, within the software in general. Like, I mean, if you look at the original, you know, gaming space influencers like PewDiePie, like I associate that name as exclusively with just obnoxious noise. But yeah, and I think that's why a lot of the other people that start in this category shift to that, because it's more appealing. And I get it, right? Especially if you want to make this like your full-time job. I would rather have interesting discussions, and that's just me. And, you know, maybe that's an underserved section. Maybe not. We'll find out. I didn't know. Oh yeah, I can't stand most popular YouTubers and streamers. Yeah. I didn't know how long I would stream for when I first started this. Like I figured I'd try it and see what happened, you know, but to see slow growth, but you know, people coming in and wanting to engage with the more serious content. Sorry, mic stand. Has been really rewarding, and it kind of keeps me doing it to where, you know, like you guys want to come hang out, and we'll write code, we'll talk about nerdy stuff, and just have a good afternoon, you know? So it's a self-perpetuating, it has been a self-perpetuating thing. Makes it easy to kind of push down all the negative thoughts and the stage fright, and just, you know, jump up here and do my thing. And we can still have fun, you know? Okay, so we got that. We need to figure out the alignment for the map itself now. And I wonder if Let's actually run again real quick here. I wonder if it's got to do with putting in stuff. It's just pandering to the worst type of content and viewership. I mean, it's hard to say if it's worse or not, or the worst, right? Because, like, it's silly. Like, I mean, I watch Primogen, and he is loud and obnoxious and does silly things, you know? And they're having fun. He's having a great time. So it's like, it's hard to say that that's wrong, or to make a judgment that that's wrong, for me at least anyway, right? It's not for me to do that kind of content, because that's just not who I am. Like, I'm a goofy guy, but like, I'm not that guy, you know? I skim the software and game development category every now and then, and occasionally I find a worthwhile stream. It's rare, but it happens. I'm glad of it. Yeah. Especially sorted from low to high viewership. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's just, you got to do that because the people see Primogen and people like him that are doing that and think that they need to do that to be successful, right? Because, well, he's got a bazillion viewers. So if I do that, maybe I'll get a bazillion viewers. So, you know, I tried the other way around once and was soon annoyed when the person in variable used exclusively numbers 420 and 69 in all tests, which even slightly smelled numerical. I get a joke, but after the 60th time, it's not funny. Right. I try to slip in references and funny stuff into tests too, but try to keep it, you know, fresh-ish. That's what I was going to do. I was going to look. Let's make you so I can see that. Inspect. I want to see. We start to get wonky out here. It's hard to see because it's dark moded, but it doesn't really look like they're like extending out of. I can zoom in here. It's gonna, and zooms the inspector too. Awesome. I'm also repelled by people sounding extremely confident where I can almost immediately say they don't really know the subject matter in situations where I'm familiar with the tech, for example. Yeah. There's a lot of pressure to, I think, and I think a lot of it's self-inflicted too, but like, there's a lot of pressure to never be wrong. Which I understand. Like, I think I've mentioned before, like, there's always that voice in your head that's like, well, I just made a silly error and now everybody here thinks I'm an idiot. Like, that voice, I don't think will ever leave me. I just try to push it down. and just be able to be, you know, comfortable asking stupid questions of a room I'm in, or to do a thing and just say, you know, let's find out, you know. The sad part is not knowing stuff and figuring it out on the stream is valuable because I always learn something new from such a process, even if I'm very familiar with the tech. Yeah, I agree. One of the things the problems I have with like tutorial content is that it's very clear that they're either copy pasting from an already completed project or they are typing from one, right? They've done all of the hard work, and that hard work is where any learning there was to be had lived, right? So it's great for the content creator of a tutorial, but you're missing the logic of why did I do things this way? And you're kind of reduced to just memorizing patterns and missing those missteps and seeing the process modeled, right? There's a difference between faking knowledge and being confident about it and being confident that you can eventually solve it. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm an old school nerd where like, back in the day, I don't know is the start of a question or a process, right? It's not the end. And I've worked with people for whom it is the end. It's, I don't know how to do that. Oh, okay, but like we can figure it out, right? Even written tutorials, the problem is that the examples they show are so clear cut, obvious in classroom that they can never be applied to even a slightly more complex example. Yeah. Yeah. It was, I wrote code on my own and just, like inside projects and did tutorials and stuff like that for a long time because I didn't think I was good enough to be an actual developer. And when I finally worked at a place where I got to work alongside developers and I saw, wait a minute, these guys are really good, but their process looks a lot like mine, where they make silly mistakes and it's messy. And at the end, it comes together because they refine it into a good product. I was like, oh, maybe I can do this. Because the only thing you ever get from tutorials is that these people just know how to do all this stuff, and you do with some practice, like, you can get good at the basic stuff, but you're always going to wind up with weird stuff that you have to solve along the way. And that was a huge thing for me to realize. I found this stream while searching for co-working content. Although I get less stuff done, I love this stream. I'm glad, very glad. I thought you were more productive when you listened to me, though. Am I being distracting now? What have I changed? That can be the slippery slope of the body doubling that they call it, where it can be a distraction. So I hear from my research, right? I personally find it very difficult to try to do deep thought and thinking when there's somebody else in my headspace, I was very disappointed in a lot of TypeScript React docs and examples because every last one of them led me into trouble when I tried to even slightly customize what I was seeing, and too often their API reference says essentially stuff like activate function, no links, nothing more than that, and doesn't even list the possible arguments. Yeah. I found, especially in the front-end space and the JavaScript space, that things like Stack Overflow become people just memorizing snippets. Not productive anymore. I just really like to engage. I mean, I'm happy for you to engage. That's always fantastic, right? I enjoy all of this engagement that we got going on here because we have good talks, right? But in the front end space, especially, people just memorize code snippets, it almost feels like. Whereas my experience with looking up things on Stack Overflow for backend is that, like, somebody will come in and have a good answer. They'll explain it. Not always, but a lot of the times. And then sometimes, every so often, you get like a bitter old graybeard that comes in and he's like, this is why everything that you just said is dumb. And here's how it really is. And here's a paragraph of, in-depth nitty-gritty explanation. And like, I can see the argument that is a little bit abrasive and hard to digest, but also it's super valuable, right? And I don't think I've ever seen the same thing in front-end Stack Overflow answers. Now, granted, sample size is much lower, but it's a decidedly different vibe. It's a slight grievance I have with the Go requirement that all exported symbols are documented because a lot of them are obvious. Find index finds the index. List ports, list the ports. The main issue is that it becomes a habit to write bad doc strings, and then you end up with the complex function that has a non-comment as a doc string. Yeah, that can absolutely be a thing. But like it's hard. It's always hard to do documentation anyway, right? The thing I find is that when I'm in the middle of something and I have the context loosely within my head, it's super evident how that would work. But then when I come back like a month later, a week later, whatever it is, I'm like, wait a minute, does find index return the index of that thing, or does it return the index and an error if it's not, if the links was too long, or like what, right? And yeah, you can look at the signature, but like, yeah. Actually understanding things may take longer, but is the key to long-time success? Yes. That is why I am very much against people that say, not against the people, but against the argument of people that say, well, I use ChatGPT to help me learn. No, you don't. It's not furthering your understanding. It's just giving you an answer, right? There's a really big difference. Hate Stack Overflow coming from a poor soul working with WPF. I think I've done a little bit of WPF once, and it was okay, but I didn't have to get too crazy with it. I would prefer that exported symbols don't have mandatory docstring, but Style Guide says that anything non-obvious must have it. Then writing docstring is not such a routine, and they have a better chance of being valuable. Yeah. Is that actually a Go requirement? Because like my linter doesn't complain if I don't. It'll complain if I put a comment above it and say, hey, this is a poorly formatted docstring. Oof, WPF, I feel you. We thank you for your sacrifice. Well, just join us in the Go and the Rust worlds, Jazz. Install Linux, become one of us. Learn pointers. Our internal linter block submits if exported symbols. Okay, yeah. Because I've seen people not docstring obvious things, or not docstring things they should have, and it shows up on the Go package docs, but like it just shows the name of it. It gives the appearance that there's comprehensive docs, but there isn't really. Yeah. Well, you optimize for what you measure, right? So if your measurement says all things have docstrings, well, you're going to optimize for them all having one. It's the same as mandating a test coverage or a comment count or a line count or whatever. Yeah, what about a referral hash? We'll all come work with Ash. Then we can all hang out at the on-site, the yearly on-site. I'll do a few streams so I can see how you code, then we'll talk. I guess I just deserve WPF as much as it deserves me. That's not true. You seem like a very nice person. Okay, so we were looking at the buttons. I'm wondering if they're getting pushed out of their size. And would it be room tiles or would it be... I didn't see them in here, but I wonder if room tiles aren't getting expanded? No, that shouldn't be. No one deserves WPF. Ain't you heard of no Geneva Convention? Something about cruel and unusual punishment? When we create you, you're set to grow, which should take care of you, but I didn't really see anything getting pushed out of its bounds. But let's take a look at, though there are worse things, you could be forced to write Com Plus. I have never had to do that. Isn't that like Windows dbus type thing? I watched someone do that once. I still wake up in nightmares sometimes, and it's been 15 years. Not frame 3, frame 2. Com plus PTSD. Yeah, right? Is Com plus like Windows dbus, or is Com plus like actual comport? It's Windows dynamic reflection thing where you can call methods on things with C++ without needing to link against them or have headers. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That does sound really weird. It's dbus, but think without XML, and you discover services and types by calling com plus reflection methods. Ah. I haven't done a ton with dbus. I did one little utility back when I used to put when I used to play music. I did a little dbus utility like that one right there that would pull track info from Audacity. That's about as deep into it as I've been. It's full of weird naming conventions, and they weren't really heavily into UUID as a universal identifier for everything. Ooh. Was there like different service versions got different names and you had to do a bunch of string matching and stuff, or could you pull that out of regex? Or not regex, registry. Yeah. The first word I tried to say. Look at your style. You're set to grow. But what governs your max size? Is that perhaps... Okay, we make you a container. And then in connection tile, these guys just get set. I wonder if that's it right there. Yeah, you could pull that data out of Com Plus library, but it was ugly and messy. It failed mostly, and as soon as .NET was available, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah. I haven't done a massive amount of .NET, but the team I was on 2 jobs ago, it was a C code base. It was a locally installed agent. The server side of it was C# with .NET. And, you know, it's very C#y, enterprisey, Microsofty, but .NET seemed decent. Like there's a lot of it to learn and the docs are but it seemed all in all like a pretty decent ecosystem if you had to be in the Windows world. C# was my daily driver around 2010. Yeah. I thought I'm old, but I feel pretty young right now reading about .NET becoming available. It was refreshing after the mess that is C++. I haven't done a massive amount of C++. What I have done, it was okay. It's kind of weird. It's really verbose, but you like Rust, so that's clearly not a barrier for you. And I don't know, the whole like defining things in headers, but also like in the file, the whole C++ ecosystem around that has always been a little muddy to me, but other than that, it seemed okay. Nowadays with .NET Core and ASP being multi-platform and better development tools, so you don't have to have that hog of Visual Studio installed, is quite nice. Yeah. ASP is what is ASP? I'm drawing a blank. .NET Core is being multi-platform. That's a cool thing, I think, but I'm also kind of skeptical about it, but that's because I haven't done it. ASP.NET. That's a thing. C++ is a self-stabby language, right? I have an interview question with a 20-line C++ program where developers with 10 plus years experience not only couldn't predict the output, but were surprised when they learned what it was. Is the output nothing? ASP active server pages. Right, yes. Microsoft's backend tech for web surfing. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I think that ultimately the server-side product used that. It was an enterprise, fairly serious software piece that only ran on Windows servers through IIS. So no, it has a few print statements in the code, nothing special. Gotcha. It just jumps around inheritance. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't had to work on a big C++ code base. I've just played around with it a little bit. Our C code base wasn't huge, but it was fairly involved. One of the outputs from an overridden virtual method prints out the text from a derived method, but the default parameter from the parent method. And my brain threw a cog when I saw that. Yeah, yeah. I'm sure that somebody out there, once upon a time, thought, this is a very clever solution to this problem. I wonder if this that well, the container gets set, but there's weirdness with some of the sizing gets different, right? So 100% of the parent width, 100% of the parent height. If I put that there explicitly and then get rid of that, I wonder if things line up again. For example, b plus equals a minus 1. Full screen is just kicking my butt today. How many functions might be called in this statement? I haven't done a ton of C++, but I think that B and A could possibly be functions, right? That would be valid C++. Okay, this definitely changed things. Did it change it for the better? No, not really. Interesting that that got moved around, though. I'm certain of 2, but I think there could be 4. Hmm. Because the plus equals would ultimately be a function, and the minus 1 would be ultimately be a function, right? No, but plus equals can be a custom function. Oh, minus could be another, and I believe there could be some constructor shenanigans that could be called for B and A. Gotcha. Yeah, that seems... It seems like a great way to need to replenish your desk whiskey. And there's no way to tell from the line, and you can transparently override basically. See that oof. I really try to avoid variable shadowing just because it leads to hard to spot bugs. Operator or shadowing is like a whole nother level of cursed. Granted, you can override operators in other languages too, Python and yes, Rust too, but in C++ it was ubiquitous for a while. Yeah, I don't know why that would be considered to be a good idea. But it sounds like something old-timey dudes would do because they were crazy. There was a really good series on YouTube. I don't know if it's still up or not, but they interviewed old-timey game devs specifically about how did you get like Crash Bandicoot to fit on the PlayStation? And I'm pretty sure it was that one specifically. The answer was that they just used parts of the SDK's memory. They just overrode it. And they said PlayStation didn't want you to, but we did. What other language has an idea like copy constructor operator equals? Yeah, I don't know of any. And it's possible that I've written some of them, but I never tried to do that. The idea just sounds, even out of the context of the thing above, the idea sounds like really questionable. It smells, right? Like, why would you ever? Yeah, and a lot of assembly trickery, clever and fun, but maintainability stuff is, yeah. But like, they didn't have to care about maintainability. Like, it shipped. We're done. Never going to see it again. There was I don't know if it's true or not, but there was a rumor that Mario 64 was unoptimized because they were so afraid that an optimization would introduce a new bug that they just didn't. And nowadays, the code being readable, understandable, and maintainable is more important than to the wire performance. Yeah. Although I wish there was a bit less bloat in libraries and SDKs. Yeah. I really especially wish there was an Electron and similar. Yeah. Everything is an Electron app. And I don't like Electron. And I understand the reason. I haven't taken apart Electron now. As far as I'm aware, it's just like a Chrome browser essentially under the hood, right? Or not Chrome, but Chromium or something. Okay, so that moved. Yeah, it's a Chrome browser and a Node.js server and a trench coat. I mean, there was the Pragmatic Engineer, the newsletter that he puts out. Gurgly. I'm sure I've mispronounced that. They talked to some recruiting companies, and the number one requested backend language from the people they talked to was TypeScript. So we're all doomed. The claim is that your web app now pretends like it's a desktop app without loss of functionality. Then you have Discord, which doesn't support all the things the same on Linux versus Windows versus what. Yeah. Yeah. And also, like, it's been better lately, but in the early days of Electron, like Atom, I had a friend that really, really loved Atom, and I tried it, and it drug down so slow. And that was like a common thing with early Electron apps that I tried, was that they all just ran like crap. It's been better since, but VMware did something similar when they ditched their Windows.NET admin client for their tech. They moved it to Flash with the claim that it would finally work on Linux and Mac, not just Windows. Wearing a trench coat. Hey, kiddo, you want some apps? I heard you like memes. Well, Discord's got memes all over it. VS Code is also Electron. Yeah. And it's relatively snappy, but becomes bad with a few extensions. Yeah. Yeah. I used to use VS Code. And then I was shown the light that is JetBrains IDEs. And I was like, oh, I like this much more. The out-of-the-box experience. Like, I'm a really... not really like a minimalist, but like... I don't get a lot of enjoyment out of endlessly tweaking my tools. I'll learn a different shortcut versus like going in and fiddling with them all. So I'm really I'm a use it as I find it sort of guy. I'll make a couple changes, but that's about it, you know. So the strong defaults was a big selling point for me. The fun part of VMware is that once it was moved to Flash, it was still Windows only, and they never got it to work on other platforms. They ditched that about 2 years later, went on HTML5 as the platform. Finally worked on other browsers, but on non-Windows, it would display a banner, your OS is not supported. Yeah. And then they sold themselves to who the heck, Broadcom? And now everybody hates them because they just cranked up the licensing costs. I don't know. I understood how big of a deal VMware was. Broadcom, yeah. In the context of like this was the first time it was feasible to do this thing. Yes, and immediately prices went 10x. Yeah, that's what I heard. But like, I never thought that the VMware experience was as good as people claimed. Like, the alternative is bare metal at the time, right? And I get that it's a huge win to virtualize, but it always seemed clunky and half-baked to me. But that's kind of like my problem with tooling in the dev space in general, in the DevOps space, you know. A lot of it just feels weird and half-finished. When we started receiving random marketing spam from Broadcom's partners for VMware-related products onto our business emails we used to register for VMware support, which were the transfer to Broadcom. Nice. In advertising in an enterprise product is one of those things that just immediately makes me stop taking your business seriously. Like that's just disgusting, you know? And I've worked for places that did that, and I was very much against it, but told to shut up and color, so I did. I supported VMware for about 8 or so years, and yes, it's popular and it was good once, but it really went downhill after about 2017. Well, the containers ate the world, right? And like even when Docker first came on the scene and became a big thing, I said this is going to kill virtualization. Like it's better. Also supported Windows Server, and around 2019 became a joke, even more so than with Windows 8. Gotcha. I haven't really run in that many of the new server versions. When I worked on the product that the server only ran on Windows, we had server installs for dev machines and for testing and all that, but my interaction with them was pretty minimal. No, containers don't solve all the use cases. You have a ton of legacy crap out there which will never be containerized. You will have to live in VMs, kind of COBOL. Right, yeah. But for most use cases that VMware was kind of, or virtualization was kind of the silver bullet, containers are superior in a lot of ways, right? And they're faster, they're lighter. Want to hear a funny Windows Server 2019 story? Always. Legacy support and things lingering, that's a whole different space for sure. Last I checked, containerizing Windows apps in general was pretty awful. Like to the point where you don't even bother. But that's been a while since I looked, so maybe they fixed it. Map, that's what I was looking at. Just looking for... We know that this gets wiggled when we make it bigger, which was really, really weird. So there was a terminal server, remote desktop on Windows 2019, which about 20 people used on a daily basis as a shared desktop. Oh boy. Suddenly, users started reporting a problem where they logged in and didn't see the taskbar and the start menu, so we had to troubleshoot it. Turns out at the time, each time a user logged in, Windows added some critical firewall rules to the Windows firewall, so the user would always have access to critical network services. This was done on every login and never cleaned up, even for recurring users. Nice. So after about 30,000 firewall rules piled up, the adding of the rules took long enough for the API to time out, which crashed Windows Explorer, hence no start menu and taskbar. Ah. I remember having some sort of user profile cleanup utilities. I wonder if that was related. Now, this was 2 rules for critical services. Would you care to guess which ones? Keep in mind, this is Windows Server 2019. Windows Update and 2019, Cortana something. Windows Store. I'm dying to know. Not bad. It was Cortana and Xbox Live. Ah, services. Obviously, two things you can't live without on a Windows server. Yes. Oh, I forgot about servers having Xbox Live crap. I vaguely remember that now. Wild. Just absolutely wild. But that's interesting in that the firewall rules did not critically unblock Windows Update. Yep, that was 2019, yeah. I wonder if I just boogered up the math on, because I'm noticing that these guys are consistent with one another, right? Like the empty line or the in-between line is the same length, or as close I can tell, to on every side. Or every row. And the tile is the same on every row. These might be slightly wider though. I can't really tell for sure. Nope, but I suspect Windows Update completely ignored firewall rules because it was special and important. That could be true. WTH, right? Windows things, just Windows things. So either the... Well, no, we still use connection tile for these guys. This would be horizontal. Max its width and height, width and height, width and height, which we provide because this holds the stuff. Fun times, every day a new mystery. It was never boring. That's one of those things that tech people get wrong, right? Less so on the admin side in my experience, more so on the dev side. The work is endless, right? So people work long hours trying to get done with a thing, but there's just an everyday new mystery, right? There's always a new thing to make or to fix or whatever. And I think that's part of why we have so much burnout, is because there's this fake or this misconstrued state of doneness that we're all reaching towards, you know? Mind you, Linux and open source also has very fun stuff. Yeah, oversight happens. We just pile on Windows because it happens so often. I could tell you a story about Debian packaging of the Ceph file system. Yeah, the other thing is that Microsoft doesn't anymore let you fix a thing. Like, and I'm not like, I will tease you if you're a Windows person, just if we're friends, because it's funny. And if you tease me for being a filthy Linux guy, then yeah, that's fine too, you know, right? But like at the end of the day, my honest opinion is that people should use what they want, and I'm a big fan of letting them have that choice, right? Like, and making that a valid choice for whatever you're making. This you know, we don't care about your platform that you prefer to use because you're only a percentage, a small percentage of our user base is like a self-perpetuating thing, and competition is good, right? Let's see here. The wonder if it's the horizontal. Oh, yeah, we feed them in. I wonder if it's the horizontal guys. View grid X, view grid Y. For the view grid X, view grid Y for the room tile. The connection button, this is wrong, I think. This should be these are the verticals. It should be view grid Y, but this should be oh wait, no, sorry. This is the coordinates. Grid tile width narrow, grid tile height full. So that's correct. Width full and height full. And then down here, width narrow, height full. That's all correct. At the end, we give you width narrow, height short, because you start with a diagonal, which is correct. Never let your enemies know your next step. Just do a dual boot. Width full, height short. That's correct. I think. No. Yes. Because you're one of them guys. So you should be a little shorter. Width narrow, height short. Because it's the end. That's all correct. Now that never worked for me. The overhead of having to keep two systems updated and configured side by side, and the unwillingness to spend 5 minutes rebooting to switch between them was a non-starter. Yes, that is my exact experience as well. I fell for the trap of, well, just dual boot and then you'll learn Linux. No. That was an afternoon of learning to install Linux and then never touching it. Imagine doing something in Linux, then have to close all apps and browsers to reboot into Windows for a game, then have to reboot back and reopen everything to get back to project. Yeah. And also, like, if you're doing it for education, you're not going to reboot to go do the task the hard way that you don't know how to do yet, right? Almost the same as, like, putting Linux on an old beater. Like, you're never going to use it because it sucks to use because it's ancient. And you're just going to default to the easy thing you know. You're not going to go fetch the less good thing. I had to buy a reasonably recent refurbed Dell laptop and take it to work, like for my personal thing that I listened to music and watch videos on while we had downtime, which was a lot. So the lack of an option and it being a good, like an objectively good experience to use it was kind of the key in. And then I found myself getting out the slightly less good laptop to do a thing because it was going to be easier on that operating system. And that was when I knew it was time to make the jump. It's more like clinging into Linux while having developed for Windows. Yeah, I've been there too. There was one place where I developed in a Linux VM on a Windows laptop because they wouldn't give me a Linux one. And there was another one where the product only ran on Windows. So I just had to run Windows. And it was bad. But I had Windows and a small VM for the tools that needed Windows explicitly. Yeah. Oh, I missed one. In fact, I was still a Windows sysadmin until 2020. I ran Linux on my company laptop. We forgive you. It's okay. As a bonus, I was able to spin up a separate Windows instance for each client project, so it was impossible for me to bring viruses from one to another or accidentally leak any documents or code between them. Yeah, that's a nice upside to that setup. I really don't like developing in VMs though. It always feels a little slower. After I demonstrated this approach, other people in my department started doing the same. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it makes really good sense, right? Oh, I missed another. I bit the bullet around 2014 and went full Linux and just lost a lot of games. Yeah. Recently through Proton, they've come back though. Yeah. I think that Rainbow Six, Space Engineers, For Honor, and Destiny are the only games I ever played that I don't play anymore. Destiny's actively hostile. Like, it works fine. They just ban you. I haven't tried For Honor or Rainbow Six in years. I just actually tried Space Engineers the other day, and it kind of works, but it's crashy. And it, like, after saving and reloading, flip a coin, you might crash. You might be able to play for a couple hours, and the performance isn't great. So, maybe next year. Not perfect, but better than alternatives, especially when each client has a different conflicting VPN solution, tech stack, and tools. Yeah. Having snapshots saved me from bricking my Windows installation on multiple occasions. Yeah. Real nice to be able to roll those back. I did a lot of that for testing crap. It was nice to be able to just, that was the nice thing about having VMs for dev machines, is you could spin up an old version and then run the code and debug on it, and then do whatever you wanted to do, mangle it, and then restore it. The OS, that is, not the code. That's what Git's for. So your width narrow, height short, width full, height short. That should be correct. Width narrow, height short at the end. Yes, because you're a square. Windows is a moderately fine OS as long as you don't let it run on actual hardware. Oh, and before Win 11. Yeah. I'm not a fan of the current push to remove all choice and joy. That's set to grow. Width full, height full. I wonder if I can. I should be able to. Let's look at these guys in the inspector and look at the style. 75, 75. Okay. And 175. That sounds reasonable. And then if we go all the way down to the next row, this should be 75, 100. And it is. And this should be 100, 100. And it is. So what the heck? I had a crashy Windows failover cluster at one of the clients. The guide from Microsoft said to capture event logs around the time of the crash. I grabbed events in a 5-minute window around the crash and got 600K log records. Good luck. Yep. The event viewer where you had to filter only errors to have it even be moderately useful. Good times there. Although credit where it's due, Microsoft SQL Server 2016-2019 were genuinely nice products, a bit slow and bloated, but solid, full of features, and reasonable to admin. They also worked natively on Linux, so props to the SQL team. Nice. They had their early Azure database didn't run their SQL server. It ran something else, some other flavor. I think it was just regular SQL. I forget exactly. Our product only worked with Microsoft SQL Server. So that was a really fun discussion to have. So you just had to spin a server, a SQL Server VM in your cloud, your VPC, which wasn't the end of the world, but it was pretty funny. You should be 75 and 100 unless you've been pushed out by... No? What the heck? Let me take out... That's room type. We don't want to mess with that. Or do we? We could... take the set text out of here and see if that's pushing the buttons to be bigger. But I'm missing now. Right. Make that also quiet. It's the same. So it doesn't look like that is moving the layout. The other thing that I guess could be pushing it out would be the icons, right? So if we just make that do nothing. It's still wonked. Huh. I guess the other thing it could be is the gaps. If something, if something had padding, or not padding, but margin. Gap 0 on the horizontal, vertical, but that should be for children. So that's the gap between the icon frames. You would probably be in the room tile, if anything, because that uses an action button still. Padding set to 0. Not padding, gosh. Well, it might be, but let's start with margin. Kill that. Restart that. Well, it's midnight over here, and I just remembered that I was up at 4 a.m. today. Couldn't sleep. I think I have to go and flop around now. Thanks for a good chat. Whoop. And good luck with the rest of the bug fixing day. I'll catch you next stream if I'm at all able. Awesome. Yeah. If not sooner, I'll email. If not sooner, I'll email on Tues. Fantastic. Look forward to hearing from you. Look forward to seeing you again next time you're able to. And hey, sleep well. Catch up on some Z's. Always a pleasure. And yeah, I have gone super late today, but we were having some good chats. That doesn't seem to have done anything either for this alignment issue, which is very, very confusing. And the parent frame grid let's do that, and we'll swap to display pixels on the other one too. It's about the same, but it is revealing something in that this is not the same as that. There is a gap, or like a hidden border, maybe? And actually, the sun is kind of like going down. It's right in my face too. It's ideal for a dark mode. I bet you that is part of it, because these are lined up. And then we get here. If our connection tiles have zero border, no, that's not it. Y'all go into the container. Let's back that out and then rerun this and see if we can't figure out. We're looking at style here. Padding is none. Columns, no gap. Columns is 1. Opacity is 1. Scroll bar width is 10, which is weird. It shouldn't be a scroll bar, but okay, whatevers. If we do this, look at the button. Gap of 0.5. Would that be room tile, container, if I set you to 0? Doesn't seem to have mattered much. This style, no gap, 3 columns. Direction row, it's probably fine. In fact, it is fine because it is horizontal. But it looks like it starts to break out right here where there's no little gap in between these, and there is up here. But not that. The margin didn't do us any good either. Border width set, okay. Maybe that was my issue. Man, it's not just midnight over here, but past 20 a.m. I'm going to get some sleep, lurking for the rest of the stream. Hey, yeah, thank you, and always a nice stream. Thank you for hanging out, for chatting with us, and get some good sleep for you, too. I think I'm going to wrap it up here real soon. I think I might be close to this thing, though, so it's kind of like driving me to push just a little further. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow, and if not, hey, you have a great weekend. It almost looks like the same width now, but let's do that. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Sounds fantastic. So y'all line up there, but I don't think doesn't really feel like it or look like it does much more of a difference that way. $22. 100. And that being the parent container, that should be everything needed to make it the correct size. This is, oh, no, XY 75. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. So Y And that is just slightly longer than this, even though X of 100, min and max, and that's not the right one. X of 100, min and max. What if we didn't put the button in there? That's like so that we all have all the references still. It just doesn't put it in the UI. Well, that's it. It works perfectly that way. So the button is breaking it somehow. Apparently my camera has decided to be fuzzed. I'm going to think about this one. This button keeps fighting me, and I'm wondering if I just make this a frame, right? But we rely on the button type for other stuff, so... I have to figure out what's up with that. But, like I mentioned, it has been 5 hours, and a little further than, out of a normally 4-hour stream, and my camera has decided to just permanently ignore focus. I'm blurry. And I'm going to call it a day here for now. So thank you to everybody who swung through and chatted, YouTube and Twitch. It was a great day for having great discussion. So tomorrow we'll do this again. If you swing by around the same time you did today, we'll probably see you, and I would love to. And if not, you have a great weekend anyway, and we'll see you some other time maybe. Thanks again,